All right, welcome in everybody for day 2 of the NFL draft, night 2 of the NFL draft. Hope you had a great day and uh, or after having consumed round 1. It's been a busy day. I said as we went off the air last night, pretty late after the first round, that today would be a very busy day in terms of trade calls and dealing with a lot of that, and it has been. I can absolutely, verify, that whole process. So it's going to be interesting to see as this draft process takes place tonight, and we get into the first pick. Jacksonville is scheduled to pick, and right now they are planning to go ahead and use that pick. The Jets. And I just tweeted this out too. The Jets have been fielding a lot of calls for 34. So we'll see how that will play out. And we'll go a lot of good players. We're going to get into that. We're going to react a little bit before the first pick starts. We got about another 25, 30 minutes before the first pick tonight takes place. So we're going to get into a little bit of a recap. This would be a good time to get involved if you want to ask some questions you want to get in, because once – I can tell you it'll be like it was last night, but I will tell you that it's going to be a little bit more it'll go a little bit faster, and then tomorrow even faster. So meaning the picks and the conversation, there are a lot more trades and a lot more information. So it's going to be difficult, and I hope you understand tonight and certainly tomorrow. Well, what do you think about the Bills draft or whatever? We'll get to that, and we'll get to that in time. As I said, we're going to be breaking down every pick in the NFL draft by every team and every free agent signing over at LandryFootball.com. So plenty of time to evaluate. Just not going to be ideal to be able to do it tonight. But now we can get into some of the minutia. So we appreciate. I see some of you have joined in. Bama Fantasy Football 101, Kev Belargo, really appreciate you guys joining us in. Want to remind everybody, and I'm going to want to do this again. We encourage everybody. I think all of you guys have done it, but if you haven't done it, make sure that on the page down at the bottom there's a little heart button. Click on that. That's a like button. That helps us out, and it doesn't do anything for you other than it'll get you a reminder when we go on the air. So when we have a show, you'll get a little reminder that we're getting ready to do it. So the folks over at Twitch and Amazon really like that. So if you can help us out with that, join us in the chat room, communicate with us, and hit the little heart button. I think it's at the bottom of the page to the right. I believe that's what it is. So as we get into the top of the draft tonight, there's still, I think, good first-round value players. Every year it's the same question after round 1 that I get. Doing a bunch of radio hits today. People want to know about this or that. It's the same question, just different names. Why did fill in the blank drop? Look, we talked about the whole process. How draft boards look different. Certainly you got needs that maybe factor in a little bit more than they should in certain instances. But the reality is you only got 32 picks. Regardless who has them, only 32 guys going in the first round. Not all of them are first-round grades. Some of them may be rated a little, at least for me, a little bit lower. So those of you that are members of Landry Football, God love you. Thank you. You'll see the grades. The grade is for the league overall. But if you break down an individual team, an individual receiver or an individual safety, corner, or defensive end may not be because he's the next best guy on my board for the league doesn't mean he's the next best guy for that team. And yet the other part of it is they may just see the guy a little bit different, a little bit better, a little bit worse than I do. But there's some good players. And I said there would be a lot more trade conversations that would go on today than even yesterday at the top of the draft. Because now you're reacting to who's there. You know who's there at the top of the draft last night because that's who's you anticipate is going to go to the top of the draft and what might happen. And then as you get a little further down, you will have some adjustments made. Tonight, it's and all day today, it was about now who's left on the board. So you kind of restack your board, and what you really do is just obviously the guys are taken clean, and you don't change your board. You just kind of make sure that everything is organized. And what you try to do is this. So people all day have been asking, have you heard anything about Ojulari? So that's a guy that's quote unquote dropped. People are concerned. Hey, look, I thought he'd be gone. Yeah, I would be too. What about who else? Oh, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame. Anything wrong with him? Anything medical? You hear anything? Everybody's concerned that there's something that he did. Did he do something to somebody last week that we didn't know about? People are checking in. Is there anything wrong with a player? Just to make sure that it's a paranoid business. Just make sure that you didn't miss anything. But in some cases, there's some quote-unquote drops due to how people see maybe a work ethic issue, maybe a character issue, maybe a medical issue, or in this case this year, a medical issue that is we don't have enough information. We're a little bit concerned because we just don't know. So you're getting a lot of that's going on. But I do think that there are a number of good players at the top. I think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, aforementioned, is one of those players that I think will go high tonight. I think Trevon Moehrig, who I think is an outstanding safety in big slot, Elise Ojulari, those are the 3 first-round grades that I have that haven't been drafted. The board went really clean and as to form for me last night. We have not seen a defensive tackle taken. This is where the Christian Barmore effect. We had a number of people ask in the chat room last night about when is he going to go, who's going to take him in the first round, and I didn't know that he wasn't going to go. I didn't think he would be. Certainly not where I recommended. He's an outstanding talent. But there have been some issues and difficulty coaching him at Alabama. He kind of plays hard in spurts, and he's not what you'd call the ideal guy that's the greatest, hardest worker guy. I think those are things that we have to look at and say, well, that mitigates some of the risk when you get into the second round. He's an elite talent, but he doesn't do it consistently. Tevin Jenkins is out there. Elijah Moore is another guy. We haven't seen a safety go. We haven't seen a center go. We haven't seen a true – Elijah Vera Tucker is a tackle. He's a guard. He's a little bit of everything, but we haven't seen another interior offensive lineman go. I mentioned we haven't seen a tackle go. So we've seen 2 quarterbacks go. You know that. So you kind of know where we are. There are a lot of good players left. Love Javonte Williams out of North Carolina. Great value. We've had 2 backs. I know this. There are 3 of the teams that I do work for think he's the best back in this draft. I had him ranked 3rd, and I think he's going to be the next back going. I think he's got a lot of Nick Chubb in him. I tell you who he is. He's a compact Leonard Fournette with a better attitude and work ethic. This guy's a player. I think he's a starter, and I think he's an impact player. That's why we're doing this, folks. That's why we're spending the time. There's a lot of good players. There are a lot of good players going tonight in the second, third round. There are a lot of good players going tomorrow that can help teams. Football is a game of numbers. It's a game of depth. Baseball has 1 million rounds, and they got farm systems and all that kind of stuff. the NBA, they have D leagues and all, but it's like 2 rounds, and there's not a lot of spots. They play longer. The NFL is, unfortunately, we deal with the injury factor more than most, where it affects our game much more. And you got guys that are really good players. I mean, they come in, you draft them, you love them, and you think, man, these guys are going to be really good players. And in 2 years, they're playing half of what they started out because of injuries. And some of them are never quite the same. Some of them are. So it's about constantly finding guys, constantly finding answers, constantly supplanting your roster, getting younger, getting better, getting depth. You better have 2 good running backs. You better have 2 starting caliber running backs, and you better have somebody that's really elite in the passing game, somebody that's really good in the power game, somebody that can do – you better have multiple. It's just like you better have 3 starting receivers in the league. If you got a really good split end, you got a really good flanker, and you don't have a slot, you are shorthanded, my friend. If you're in the secondary and you talking about corners, you may have 2 good outside corners. You may have the 2 best outside corners in the league. If you don't have a quality slot corner, you're going to get ripped up. You better have the ability to cover a big slot, a tight end, a back out of the backfield with a safety linebacker hybrid or something, or be able to zone it up and be able to get depth in your drop so that you can cover it in zone. You got to have multiple guys. So when you see, we don't need this guy. I looked at the depth chart. He wasn't listed as a need. What are you looking for? What you're trying to play? And I know on Landry Football, when we broke down each team's Inside the Draft Room feature, we talked about, not just specifically, not just a corner, an outside corner, a slot corner. What are the needs? What specifically are they looking for? What's the real value there? That's the key. So a lot of that, I think, is going to be important. Now, here's the thing. Need becomes more of a factor in the picks right now. Why? Because the board's more even out. So the higher you get in the top of round 1, the greater separation there is of players, the tiers. So, as I said, like for me, for example, we got 3 guys, the first-round grades. We got buku guys, second round. There is spread across. It is like, so now you got multiple guys in the same grade tiers, a whole lot of them, way more than you did before last night. So now this is where people kind of go for need. But if you're smart and you're, let's say, Jacksonville, who's going to exercise their pick, they're apparently not going to trade. They like who they're going to get at 33. They are still in a best player available mode. And I still think it's important because even though you got needs and even though you've got greater balance on your board, there's still some outliers that are really, really good. So I still think it's a spot where you don't force a pick. A lot of people are asking or thinking about quarterbacks, what quarterbacks are going to go here. Look, I think I'm going to be honest with you. I've said this before. I think there'll be, I don't know how many quarterbacks are going to go in the second round. I really don't. Because personally, when I look at the board and I know there are teams that need a quarterback, I wouldn't take a quarterback in the second round. I wouldn't take any of them because none of them are going to start in the league, in my view. They could start for a little bit, but they are not starters. They're guys that you would replace. It's not that I don't find value in some of those players and I wouldn't want to try to develop and maybe they end up being a little bit better than I think. I just think they're better players on the board that will make my team and will make my team better. But I do expect we'll see a Kyle Trask, a Davis Mills, and then maybe a Kellen Mond at some point. May not be, high, may not be in this round, but I'm curious to see there. That's the position that everybody talks about. I think there's Javonte Williams, again, I've got a high second-round value. You could easily make a case for him as a first-round guy. I think there's great value in the third and fourth round at running back. Receiver, Elijah Moore is great value. He's one of the handful of elite players that I think goes. I think he goes real early here. He's a people have compared him to Steve Smith, the Utah receiver, Carolina Panther receiver. He's more Tyler Lockett than Steve Smith. This guy's a player. This guy's a big-time player. And he's another guy that you certainly could made a case for him in the first round. Now, where Terrence Marshall goes really depends upon where your medical grade is. Where do you kind of mitigate that a little bit? It's a same – well, it's not the same. Caleb Farley had a back injury, but you're dealing with a little bit of a medical issue with him. A Landon Dickerson, for example. Those are guys that are really good players, but they may not go exactly where they're graded as football players because you may be some concerns medically. Rondale Moore, Tutu Atwell, Amari Rogers. I mentioned Marshall and Moore. I think there's value in the third round. De'Ami Brown and Tyron Wallace, Seth Williams, the kid from Charleston, Michael Strahan, Ross St. Brown. I mean, you got some good ones. Nico Collins has got some size. I think Nico Collins, because of his size, may go this round. I think they're better receivers than he. But if you're looking for a size receiver, what? You don't want the smaller guy that's ranked higher. You might have a higher grade on the bigger guy. You want something different. Tight ends, only we know one went higher than anyone's ever gone at the tight end position if you consider Kyle Pitts a tight end, big receiver tight end, what have you. But, my God, Pat Freiermuth. I mean, you're talking about a Zach Ertz type of guy. Trey McKitty could be a Jared Cook type of player. I mean, I think you've got some good value. You want to have into the third round, late in the second, Hunter Long and Tommy Tremble, Brevin Jordan, Kenny Yeboah, Nick Eubanks. You've got some really good players. I think we're going to see a run on tackles. I'm telling you, Tevin Jenkins, that's a guy that, I'd be looking really hard there. This guy's a Morgan Moses type I personally would have taken him over Alex Leatherwood. And I think Alex Leatherwood's going to be a good player for the Raiders. I don't know that I would have gone with that pick. I would have probably taken Jenkins. But Jalen Mayfield, Sam Cosmi. I mean, you got some really good. Dylan Radness from North Dakota State is a really good player. Liam Eichenberg. He's a Mike McGlinchey knockoff type of player. So really, really good value there. Guards, like the population there. Only one of them gone there. Ben Cleveland, Trey Smith, Deontay Brown. Good value in this round. Centers, we talked about Landon Dickerson. Josh Myers can be a Graham Glasgow type center from Ohio State. Creed Humphrey, some think he's the best center in this draft. He's really good, a Ben Jones type of player. Quinn Miners, who can play center or guard. You got good value there. Defensive tackle we talked about. Barmore, Unzuworki from Washington. Like him a lot here. I think he would be great value. He can be a Darnell Dockett type of player that probably is worthy going in the top 15 picks in this second round. Davion Nixon from Iowa can be a Jawan Hargrave, maybe a poor man's K'Wan Short. Really good value there. Togiaya from Ohio State. Tupeloto of USC. Tufeli from USC. You got some value deep into this round, and I think those guys will go. Tyler Shelvin, I think, as well. Edge guys, there's some guys. Greg Rousseau's out there. You've got Carlos Basham, Joseph Asasi from Texas. Might be a Matthew Judon type of player. You saw the money that he got this offseason for agency. Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma. Patrick Jones of Pittsburgh. People were a little bit surprised about the Peyton Turner pick of the Saints. There's some other – Milton Williams of Louisiana Tech. Got some really good players. Linebackers, talked about Owusu Koromoro. Ojulari, I think, is more edge guy. Can be more like Ndakwe. Pete Werner, Nick Bolton, very good. Is probably graded out as good as any linebacker, college linebacker in the SEC the past couple of years. Been outstanding. Chaz Surratt of North Carolina. Jabril Cox of LSU. And then the safety position, as we talked about, we hadn't had any of them. You got Trevon Moehrig, Richie Grant. Those are two really outstanding players. I'm a little low on Javon Holland of Oregon, and I just think I missed him a little bit. I think he's going to go here. I got him top of the third value. I think he's better than that. I really do, and I think he'll go higher. And then corners, Calvin Joseph of Kentucky, Tyson Campbell of Georgia I like a lot. I like Aaron Robinson right there on my board at Central Florida. Elijah Molden. When I start having kids, grandparents, I'm really going to retire. But remember Elijah's dad very well, scouting him like it was yesterday. Ifeatu Melifano of Syracuse is another one. Sean Wade of Ohio State. Paulson Adebo of Stanford. Robert Rochelle out of Central Arkansas. Really, really good players there. So those are some thoughts. Or many others. Couldn't get to them all. So I guess what I'm saying, this in some ways is a little bit more exciting because of the quality of the depth. I don't need to tell you how many good players. If you look at, everybody always says, well, look at all these guys who are not first-rounders that make it. It's a 53-man roster. If every team has one pick in the first round, of course most of the players are going to come from the second round and on. So, not only are there many playmakers that will make teams but make impacts on the team and have great character. Let's get to some of your questions. I said I would do that. Let me try to catch up and see what's on your mind, some of it. So great to have you all. Let's see here. Everybody just having a little fun here. No real question. Nothing really. Just okay. So all right. So everybody's no real questions yet. How's Bo Callahan fell down the draft board? Oh, that's a Draft Day reference. The movie, I guess. So yeah, whatever. So anyway, you guys are in a good mood. You're happy. You're just waiting. Do you think? Here we go. Here's a question. Thank you, Nola Jack. Do you think the Saints' goal is to progressively make worse and worse picks as the rounds progress? No, it's not the case, and we don't know. They've been criticized for picks in the past, and they've worked out pretty well. We shall see. Let me just say this. Just because a pick is not maybe what I would have done doesn't mean that it's a bad pick. And I would caution you to, do whatever you want. But if you want to be accurate, first of all, do not ask me to give a grade to a team. Okay? Because you can't grade something that doesn't exist. The grades are to be determined down the road, 3-4 years. So that's just, the case. You can't. It's kind of like eating the meal and you haven't cooked it yet. I mean, it's just it'll probably taste well, or you probably don't like it, but you really don't know until you eat it. So we've got to see this develop. So I see it all the time. People give grades and it's completely the opposite. And there's been criticism before. So I can't tell you that. I've told you this story before many times. We sit in our draft room when I was, I do this now. It's funny now because doing work for a number of teams, you kind of get people say, what the hell were they thinking? What the hell were they thinking? I mean, they both think that, their draft's good and they don't really like what that. But that's, again, to each his own. And part of understanding the league is understanding what people are trying to do and what type of players. So, listen, we shall see. I know people are Saints fan, and Nola Jack's one of them, is not happy about their pick. And I don't know what the fan bases and people are talking about. I don't listen to that nonsense, quite frankly. But, who's to say that Peyton Turner, if he's another Marcus Davenport or better and those guys develop and become great edge rushers, nobody's going to criticize. Let me say this. Here's what I can tell you. He was, because I get this a lot. And boy, this is aggravating. Oh, but they could have had him if they moved down. You have no clue who could have had what. Okay, I'm going to tell you, that guy would not have been, he would have probably still be on the board tonight, but he wouldn't have lasted to the Saints' next pick. Now, it doesn't make the pick good or bad. I'm just telling you in terms of where, could it get the. How do you know that? Because you read it on a website somewhere that said he's the 70th best player, so you could have got him. No. That's not the real draft board. That's not reality. That's just fantasy. That is to reality football. That's fantasy football to the reality. So, look, we'll see. Time will tell. The drafts that look great, a lot of them end up stinking, and a lot of it is how you develop them. So we shall see. Who is good enough to get taken earlier than expected in the second round? Gosh, Tony Parrott, I think I went over a whole bunch of them. I mean, earlier than expected. Well, I think I went over all by position. I don't know. Earlier than expected, I think. I mean, look, those are the guys. I mentioned a bunch of names, and if you go down to all the names, and that's the thing about it is, I got 50 second round grades. Do the math. Okay, some of them have to go in the third round. They have to. It's only 32 picks, so you're getting some players, and there's some of those guys that maybe I think a third round grade. They're going in the second. But, if I see them as a value there, then maybe I'll be surprised. I guess what I'm saying is if I could tell you who the surprise would be, then it wouldn't be a surprise. So I'll tell you once it happens. I just don't know that I have that answer for you right now. I apologize. Do you think the Cowboys continue with defense? Look at offensive line. What's the board say? What's the value? There's some good defensive players on the board. But there's also, Calvary, you pass over a better player. If you look at them, corners a need. We just mentioned there's a lot of depth there. I would say that'll be a priority. But, what if let's do this exercise for the Cowboys, for example. And we're getting ready to get going here. But let's just say that we've got that Calvin Joseph or Tyson Campbell is on the board and Tevin Jenkins is on the board. You've got equal grades. You can go – you got a tackle. You've got a corner. I think there's good value. I think they'll try to address that. The real question, in your opinion, was Ojulari a fit for what the Saints do? Yeah, I think both of them are. Yes. Do you know of any teams that really like Ramondre Stevenson? Yeah, I do. Well, I don't know about third round. Here's the thing. He's a fullback. That may be a little high. I got him as a value there in terms of fourth round. And I think that's where his value is. But if you're wanting a guy I don't think you need to take him that high, but he's got good running skills. But, yeah, I like him a lot. Best value in the first round, where were they drafted? Man, that's a lot of them. I thought there were a lot of picks that were great value. Look, it depends on health, but you worry about the back. But Caleb Farley's a top 10 player. If he's healthy, Tennessee's got him a top 10 player in the draft. Can't do much more than that. I like Vera Tucker. I like Slater. I like Parsons. You know what? I think a lot of those picks were really good value. I really do. Those are – listen, I think Greg Rousseau's really good. Again, health-wise, I'm not sure that's the issue. I think Phillips is a top 10, top 15 player in this draft if it's not health. I would love to know which skilled players went to organization that will help, and does that player fit what the team is going to ask of him. Understand that there is no fantasy with football. I concentrate on football first. Sorry I didn't with how much of a steal. Which I think Sewell's It's fine. I think it's pretty good. Skill position players that'll help. I think a number of them. I think that Jamar Chase will help. I think Waddle will be really good. I think that Devontae Smith should help the Eagles. Um, I think Tony will do well. I think Harris. I think ATN. I think those are really, really good value as skill position players. All right, I'm going to and we'll certainly try to address your questions. But what I want to try to do is, as I did last night, again, try to go ahead and try to get a feel and try to get into the draft rooms. We'll see where we go. So I want to try to do that. And as we go through the draft, and so I want to concentrate a little bit more on that, and I appreciate your patience. So we'll get you the information from the draft rooms and see where we go. I am curious to see where. Let's see here. I'm looking at. I do know that Miami running back Javonte Williams. I'm very curious to see here. I'm wondering if people trying to move to 34 or to usurp that. That's gonna. We have a lot of storylines, so fasten your seatbelts for it, folks. It'll go a little fast here, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna have a lot of good players, and we're gonna try to get you the information of what's going on behind the scenes right here through the DMs, through the emails, through the text messages. Try to get that done for you here. So let's see here. All right, let's see what's going on. If they'll tell me right now, or if they're gonna want to. Okay. Yeah, okay. Not ready for you yet, Cincinnati. Although you're, you know, okay. Let's see here. You know the drill by now, and I'm trying to get some information for you. I've got to kind of look. It's either that or talk to him. If I talk to him, then yeah, I do know that I told the folks on Atlanta radio today. Um, I know Javonte Williams is a targeted guy. He's the guy that a lot of people thought with first round grades. I think there's some people that like to jump up and get him. I think Atlanta's one. I mean, Miami might be. So this is again, we will have more trades. I mean, you always do because of this. This is where at a and even into the fourth round. This is where I had a high second round grade on um, Derek Mason, receiver out of Michigan State, good returner one year, and we spent. Good thing it was first three rounds, and then it was Sunday, and it was late Saturday night. We were able to do a deal, or basically consummate a deal that we were able to finish on on Sunday morning to move up to the top of the fourth round to get a guy with a second round grade, and Derek Mason was really good for us. A lot of that's going on right now. You're seeing guys with first round grades. We drafted Samari Roll right here, top of the second, with a 6.5 first round grade. This is what people are doing right now. All right, so I know unless something changes here, and it always can with a fantastic offer on the clock. Jacksonville told me they love who they were going to get right here, and they're not going to trade it. But you never know. You never know. Somebody knocks your socks off, so we'll get it. Maybe. Okay, come on. Okay, got to be taking some calls here. Well, let's see. I don't know if they're officially on the clock yet. Reminder that we used to do this draft. I first started in this league on Tuesday mornings. It started at 7:30 Central. We got done at like 1:30 in the morning. It was 12 rounds. We didn't have, TV. We didn't have any of that stuff, which I'm glad for everybody to get to see it, or whatever. Certainly didn't have what we're doing now, but internet. But 12 rounds one day, and I'm not gonna say it was a little much. It certainly didn't have a lot of the frivolity now, which I guess it should be considered good or bad. All right, come on, let's see here. What's going on? Sent a couple of messages. Well, as we go and we get started, Mike Singletary, Howie Long, Jack Ham, Drew Brees, Thurman Thomas. Just throw out a few names. Second round picks. Many others. Those are just a few. Let's see if we can. Okay, now it's officially on the clock. So let's see if we can get some information. I don't know. See what's. Well, I tell you what. Best player on my board, Trevon Moorick, still available. That would make a whole lot of sense to me, anyway. I don't know what they're thinking. I'll see what they think. See if they Agree with that or not? Maybe a little bit more difficult. Things are a little bit more hectic in draft rooms. Communication is not as slow, so maybe a little bit slower with the information. Seven minutes, so it'll be we'll be here to break it down, let you know what the value is. Get Morg, you got Owosu Koromora and Ojulari. I think those are three first-round talents that on need spots that would help the team. They may see it differently, have some different guys in mind, but that makes a whole lot of sense. Um, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. They're taking some calls, I can tell you. Don't see them moving out of it. Lions are another team that's excited. They've got 3 picks, 41st and then 2 in the 3rd, 72nd and 101. They were excited last night. And well, Jacksonville is taking some calls and taking their time. Man, 2 offensive players. You think they get one of those defensive guys? We'll see what happens. They're all working it. I know that they are working it. Okay, they're going to go with Tyson Campbell. That's what I'm hearing. They're back at 45, but it looks like they're going with Georgia corner Tyson Campbell is what they're telling me. So it's interesting. Good pick. Got him ranked very high there. In my top 32 players, That's what they're doing. Obviously, like him, like the corner. So I'm getting that it's going to be Georgia corner Tyson Campbell for Jacksonville. Is what I'm getting. We'll see. The selection's coming up right now. Okay, it is Tyson Campbell. So it still leaves some really good players on the board here. So you've got the Jets there. Now here's where there was a lot of conversation. Um, there's a lot of conversation, trade conversation with the Jets. Don't know what they're going to do here. They remember moved up to get Vera Tucker, which is really good. So do they really like one of these guys? Any one of these guys really stand out for them that they cannot pass up, or do they like the volume and move down to get some extra picks, which they had to give up? Interesting what'll happen. Now, look, I mean, you look at the Jets' needs right now. Another corner's in play. Edge rusher. We just talked about a couple of guys that can do it. Running back. You know who? I mean, makes some sense there for the Jets. We'll see if we can get them to see what they're doing. Okay, the Jets are telling me they are not going to trade the pick. Looks like they're going to take the pick. Two good players. Get a third one here. A lot of grinding going on in these draft rooms. Some of the messages I'm getting. This is two. Um, you get a. Obviously, it's a concerted effort on all of this, but deeper that you get in the draft, a lot of times, scouts can sway the room a little bit more. Deeper you get into it, they know the players better, and but still kind of early. Hey, what the Jags? You think about what they got with Campbell. They got Clay Brooks, Scott Henderson. They have drafted some corners in these last two drafts. Elijah Moore is the pick. Elijah Moore is the pick for the Jets. So off the board, Elijah Moore. So great get for them. Good value there. Really one of the better players available. Certainly one of the better players in this draft. Okay, so good value there. Good player, playmaker. Uh, okay, now you got Atlanta at 35. This has got to be Javonte Williams, doesn't it? Doesn't have to be. No, let me take that back. Let me recant that. You've got a couple of good edge rushers. You got Ojulari there, got Koromora. You got Morig. You got some really good players. I don't know. I think there's better depth at running back. They may go edge rusher. Yeah, Elijah Moore is a special player. There's no doubt. I mean, he upside he might be a Deshaun Jackson type of special. I mean, he's really, really good. Jack Wilson, Elijah Moore, got an offensive lineman. Keep it up, Joe. Broncos are moving up here. So the Broncos are moving up here in Atlanta spot. So interesting here where they might go. I think you've got a couple of those defensive players have got good defensive players, but it could use another one of those. Let's see. I tell you what, this Denver situation, running back, this is probably for Javonte Williams. I'm trying to look at it, I'm trying to see. I'm guessing this is Javonte Williams. I'm looking at it, thinking about it. For them, that's probably what they're thinking. There are a couple of good defensive players though, but I'm gonna think here it's Javonte. All right, here it is in Denver. They're in bed from. They're telling me they're taking Javonte Williams. But the Falcons fans are going to be pissed because they were they were talking today. The host and everything went, "Oh, do you think Javonte will be there?" They traded the pick that got Javonte. Oh, I love it. I mean, I just get a kick out of the hand wringing. It is Javonte Williams official. Um, so Atlanta traded 35 this pick in 219 to Denver. It'll go down to 40 in Denver's fourth. So they like what that means, so you know if they're right or not. Now let me just say this: it's good intel because Miami. I think Miami's is the one right in front of them. They're the one saying bleepity bleep in the draft from pounding the table like because I think that's where they wanted. I think they wanted him. So they had a good move there, and obviously what it means for Atlanta is they like the board. They like what they can get. Um, Miami, I tell you who I know that they liked. I know they liked the safety Javon Holland a little bit more than I did, and I like him. Watch out for him here. Let's see. Yeah, they're next. That could be the Oregon safety. Javon Holland could be it. Let's see. I think they probably were going to go Javonte Williams. I look for him to go defense here, and I do think that. Let's see here. Let's see. Javon Holland is what I think that they. He'd be the first safety off the board. Obviously, Morik is. Well, now here's the thing. Devon Morik, for people wondering, I like him, but he is a big slot guy. So if you want a deep safety guy, he's not going to be as high. So that's the point to understand. And obviously, they're looking for a deep safety guy. That's why they've got Holland. I think Rex so high. We'll see if that's what they do. As I said, I think it's going to be. It makes sense. So it is Holland. Okay. Now the Eagles here. Now this is the team that liked Landon Dickerson a lot, and I don't think they were concerned about his medical. So I think that could be it. So look out for Landon Dickerson here for Philly, and then that's my educated guess. There would be Landon Dickerson. Let's see what else. Um, New England's trying to move up here to Cincinnati's spot. Gonna be a defensive player, I'm sure. So hold on, folks. Um, I'm gonna guess that knowing Bill, knowing the situation, that New England's moving up for Christian Barmore. Um, that yeah, I'm pretty sure. So I think we got Landon Dickerson and Christian Barmore is what I think. So New England's given up 122 and 139 to go from 46 to 38. So Landon Dickerson is going to Philadelphia officially. Bears are moving up to Carolina at 39. Um, so we had and this is how some of this stuff works. Landon Dickerson was really thought of as the first center off the board, and so was Barmore tackle, Bama players, and you see a little moving up to get him. So Chicago's giving 83 and 204 to move up to 39 here. Is it 39? Yes, 39 is where Carolina's selection is. So Chicago is on the clock. I'm looking at this with the knee. It's got to be for Tevin Jenkins, the big tackle. That's a guy. Absolutely, they'd have ranked very high there, first round grade. Tevin, that's why they're moving up. It's got to be Tevin Jenkins there, the big tackle from Oklahoma State. It's got to be. Run, you're seeing a run, so you're wondering, well, what's going on with this and that? It's a run now. It's a run on certain spots, and you want to get you one, you go get you one. Yep, it's going to be Tevin Jenkins. I'm wondering, and set what now? 8 for Alabama. 8 through 38. All right, so let's see here. Falcons moving fast, folks. Got to be the safe. Let's see here. Falcons are going with Richard Grant from Central Florida. People are looking at Morgan, and maybe look, there may be something health wise or something that I'm not as familiar with him, but don't I know this? Not everybody saw Morig as a deep safety, and he's not actually, but as a big slot, if that's what you want. Go get him. And again, you look at him on my board, 20 overall, as that doesn't have his value deep, but they're different values. So Detroit's up. Don't think I don't know that we've had a Big 12 player taken yet. Racking my brain, I'm not looking now. Got 8 players. Um, all right, Detroit's going to toe with Onzaworski, the defensive tackle from Washington. Good player there. Yeah, Tevin Jenkins. Sorry, that's the first Big 12 player. So let's see. I believe it's going to be Onzaworski from the Giants. Have got, man, I tell you what, real good option. Real good first run guys. Something you'll wonder a little bit about. Could be some medical issues. No, with a couple of those guys. I can tell you that there is a lot of information still coming in late on medicals on these guys. That's just going to make this a little bit of a. Okay, Miami's coming up here with the Giants at 42. So Miami's coming up to the Giants at 42. Boy, some really good players are coming up, obviously, for somebody. Okay, Miami's going to take Liam Eichenberg here. The tackle from Notre Dame. Play guard. So, a little bit of run. We're seeing a run on tackles, folks, and we get a little nervous about getting squeezed out there. So this is what we're saying. It's going to be all over the place now. And so as I kind of warned you, be prepared. And it's going to get even more so as we go. So you got, guys like Radness and Kazemi and Mayfield. Jenkins is off the board. That are still there. So you have some different views on how the tackle population is. So we are down to 43, or we're going to be at 43 when they announce those picks. Okay, so you're up to Miami. San Francisco's on the clock at 43. The Raiders are trading up with the Niners. Okay, the trade Raiders are moving up to 43 here. Moving kind of fast, so not. Pick that up. I need that. Not really. Take that right now. We'll see. So the Raiders trade 48th. They basically trade 121st pick here to move up to 43 from 48. Okay, the Raiders, they are moving up for Trevon Moehrig. They're moving up for the TCU safety. Now that's definitely a team that needs help as a big slot. So that's what's going on there. Makes sense there. So certainly best player on the board, my view, for what he does. Good value there. Certainly like that. Much better pick there. Curious to see what you got to be creative in thinking with Ojulari how he's going to fit. Got to be able to utilize his length. Also, Koromara, the same thing. I'm wondering if there's some of that in there, as well as maybe some of the. So that'll put us with Dallas. Again, we'll have a lot of trades. So Hold on, you get a little confused. Who's picking who's what? Dallas is up. We Cowboys are going to take Kentucky corner Kelvin Joseph. Really good value there. Just got a message from some gee, a personnel director said, "Good draft by the Raiders. Morrig in the first round and Leatherwood in the second round." It's the opposite. It was a shot at them. It actually would be two good picks if you think about it. Matter that it comes out right, huh? If it works. So Dallas has gone with Kelvin Joseph. We've got the Jags up. Having fun yet, folks? Am I boring the hell out of you? I know it's a lot of say. There's not much conversation here. It is. It's moving fast, communicating a lot, and it's hard to want to communicate with you guys. But it's hard to. If I do that, then I'm missing half the thing. So, got to try to keep it going here, and well, plenty of time to address if I don't trip on the damn wires here. There is, excuse me, there's some talk about Morig's back, injured his back during workouts. That was something that was concerning some folks. It could explain some of the issues why people maybe backed off. Okay, this is a little interesting here. Jags wanted to go offensive tackle. They're up next, and they're going to go with Walker Little. I've got a second-round grade on. Pure right tackle only. A couple of tackles I like a little bit better. Hey, let's go. Chargers are moving up here with Cincinnati. No, Cincinnati's going to take it. Curious to see where they play him. I think he's a guard and may start out at right tackle. We'll see. Now the Chargers on the clock. Got my signals crossed there. Sante Samuel makes some sense here for them. Good little player. I tell you what, he does have a. He's an Antoine Winfield Jr. type of player. Saw what impact he had with the Bucks this year. Certainly, for them, a need spot. Need some help in that. So are the Niners up? A reminder, if you're watching, as I hope you are, to if you would do us a favor, if you haven't done this already, remember to hit the heart button at the bottom of the page and follow us. That way you can get live updates on anything that we're doing, and it helps us out a bunch. So go to the heart and like us if you would. I guess that's the term, if you would like us. We hope you like us. If you don't like us, just pretend you like us and hit the heart button anyway. We appreciate it. So the Niners, the Chargers doing it really. I'm trying to see what they might do here. Players, Ojulari, and Rondell Moore, and Basham, and Pete Werner, and Sam Cosmi, and Josh Myers, Radness Kid, Terrence Marshall, Creed Humphrey, Mayfield, Nick Bolton, linebacker, Wasu Koromora, Milofano, Fryermuth. Some good players on the board. Chargers have really done a good job over the past several years. That's a well run kind of. I mean, they actually do a better job running things in the front office than the Rams. They don't get the publicity, and we'll see how that plays out. But they really have done a nice job. So the 49ers are getting ready to pick in the 48th slot. Here's to see the Steelers would make some sense coming up here. They got to like, let's see, they're at 55. They got to like what's on the board. And Ojulari, I'm curious to see. Aaron Banks, the guard from Notre Dame, going to San Francisco. Run on the offensive lineman, folks, as we thought they would. Cardinals. Would would a guy like Rondell Moore fit for the Cardinals? Hmm. G-men are on the clock at pick 50. Boy, Ojulari's there. Jeremiah Wosu-Koramoah. Fryermuth. Good value there. And the Cardinals love speed. Everybody loves speed, but Cardinals just. If Kingsbury's a modern day Mike Martz, just give me speed, guys. I don't care if I can protect him. We can't cover kicks, but just give me speed. Give me speed. Run after catch with Mr. Rondell Moore. The run after catch. Notre Dame offensive lineman, boy. You think about Eichenberg and Banks gone. This was the first year since Brian Kelly's been there that there hasn't been a first round pick played. The first round pick is played in every game for Brian Kelly, and that ended. That means someone who was an eventual first round pick didn't happen. Didn't get a first round lineman. At some point, a guy played in every game. Quite a stat. You really do a good job of recruiting and developing that. All right, man, you got a lot of option here. Giants. And tell the real hardcore fans, you guys joining us today for the second day of the draft. Really appreciate you doing so. Um, Not as many as last night. It's true, Fans are not as excited about the second day. You guys are, though. You guys know what's up. Is that how the kids said? You guys know what's up. All right, folks, the long wait is over. The Giants are going to select Mr. Ojulari. Pretty decent defensive front there. Giants are building. I will say that. Sam Cosme off the board now as the Washington football team is headed. Carolina looking to move down. Trying to move down. They're on the clock. Trying to move down. They have moved down. Cleveland's moving up. So Cleveland goes from 59 to 52. So Carolina gives up this pick 52, and they give up 113 in the fourth round to pick up the Browns' third round pick, 89. So Carolina's still seeing value a little different. Could this be the last wait? I think is probably Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, thing that makes the most sense. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah off the board. Going to be off the board soon with this next pick. Cleveland moving up to get him. Great, great value there. So entire first round is off the board of the LandryFootball.com. So really, really good. And the top of the fourth round, off. Really, really good value. Really coming off like I thought. Lots of good players, but all the guys off the board to this point. Reminder again, they're going to have a breakdown analysis of every team's pick and signing. Be doing that after the draft. I obviously got the notes, I've got the players, but I'll kind of make it all fit for you and make it make sense or not make sense, whatever the case may be. So check that out. Work on that Sunday, and we'll have that up for you. So we're doing it as it goes here, and then really get it in the detail for you. So people that are wondering, hey, what about that? You'll have it all there, every bit of it. So make sure that that you jump on and get a membership at LandryFootball.com. You will not regret it. It's great. Get the scouting discount, scouting season discount. Have it for the season, recruiting, the draft, breakdowns, the NFL personnel, the games, everything you want there. LandryFootball.com. Membership, scouting season offer. So I know that was somebody that I would think the Titans would have had a lot of interest in. Do they go? Receiver here? Do they go tackle here? Tight end? They like De'Ami Brown a little bit. A little high there, I think, but you're going to go with the defensive tackle, Dylan Radness from North Dakota State. That's what I'm hearing anyway. Let me see if I can get. South Dakota State, 2 players taken. And put them up there with a lot of other major college programs. Can't say that. You can go down the line. A lot of them don't have 2 players taken within the first 53 picks. Do one hell of a job out there. They really do. It is a really good facility, and you go there if you're being recruited by that kind of level. They look a little like on the higher end. I mean, they just, you go there and you go to others, you say, boy, they take it seriously. You can, they recruit that area very well, so get a whole lot of success getting people in warm weathers. We had a all-star game for years in North Dakota in December, early January. God awful cold. My first experience where the hotel had the rental cars have a, I've never seen this before, where you plug you plug it in to keep the engine warm, so because the engine would freeze because it was outdoor parking. Now all those stuff was indoors at the Kibbe Dome, but or at the not the little dome there in the school. It was for smaller college players. It's got some really good players still on the board, folks. It's being repetitive, but I'm having a lot of fun seeing so many good players that are going to be good fits, that are really going to help folks. Really good chance. This is more fun, less hype, and even more fun to see, particularly when you can maximize and get a number of picks and understand some of these players own. These players Okay, Dale Odango of Vanderbilt. Not much success in Vanderbilt. A little bit higher than where I had him, but not a lot. Good player. Had a more third-round value. We're getting close there. I think there's some good second-round value players on the board. Really got a lot of respect for Chris Ballard, though. You start looking at the defensive end population. start to come off the board a little bit. I do like Asasi and Perkins a little bit better. He was the next guy after that. So obviously going need, had value. Interesting pick there. They have done a nice job in Indianapolis over time. So get the Steelers here. Let's see where the Steelers. I think there's a center guard here makes some sense. Josh Myers, Creed Humphrey, Quinn Miners. We'll see shortly. Pat Freiermuth, boy, great value there. The tight end out of Penn State is where the Steelers are going. Second best tight end in this draft, a early second round value, a Zach Ertz type of tight end. No, that was a best player on the board selection by Kevin Colbert. Really typical Steeler tight end. Like I said, a Zach Ertz type of guy that really good fit for them. Sometimes you Najee Freiermuth. If they're not two Steeler guys, I don't know. Folks, I need to take a quick break. I will be right back. And we're back. Gosh, man. Couple NFC West picks here, Seattle and the Rams before the Kansas City Chiefs join the party. Dwayne Eskridge is where the Seahawks are. So the Rams are up. So Seahawks get another big receiver. Rams are sticking with their pick. They're going to pick here. Rams are, Rams are going to go with Tutu Atwell. Good little receiver out of Louisville. So the Chiefs now on the clock, but with that second rounder they got back from the Ravens and the Orlando Brown deal. the Kansas City Chiefs are going to do here? Nick Bolton. Okay, the Missouri linebacker. Looks like where they're headed. Kansas City. Good help for their defense. Really good players. I mentioned a little earlier in the show. Um, it is he's one of the best, most consistent linebackers in the SEC the past couple of years. I appreciate you joining us. Appreciate your patience as I try to get you um, um, through this draft and kind of try to get you the best information as I can. Encourage you to go and check. Appreciate those of you who have clicked on the heart button. I don't know if that's at the top or the bottom. Look for the heart button, will you? And give us a follow. Give us a like, I guess, is the answer, the right way. We really appreciate you joining us and being a part of this. It is not your normal show. We're trying to get as much information, and as I try to send these messages to teams and try to find out information and contribute to what I have to do, it just kind of takes you behind the scenes. So we'll get into analyzing all these players a little bit more and addressing some of the questions you might have when I have time to take my eye off of what's still coming up. And still got a lot left tonight and tomorrow. So we appreciate that. We'll get to all of them eventually on the shows that we do. And certainly we'll break them all down, all the picks for you over at Landry Football. Tell you the who, what, when, where, why, and what do we think of it. So, yeah, no, Kansas City get a weak side backer who can run the alley, defend the run. Good move for them. So we got coming up here, Carolina and the Saints. Still got some needs for the Saints. Corner needs, in particular. Be interesting to see what they think of the corner still on the board. Aaron Robinson is intriguing to me. Melifano, Syracuse is intriguing to me. Elijah Molden, although I don't think a lot of you may not remember. Saints drafted his dad back in the day. Shaun Wade of Ohio State, Paulson Adebo, Robert Rochelle. Those are decent value, but there's some better players still on the board at other positions that may not be their primary need. We'll see what they do. They got a good lot. Pete Werner, it's a really good pick there. Carlos Basham is there. Bolton's just been taken off. A lot of discussion, a lot of folks that are Saints fans or LSU fans. And I know Terrence Marshall's out there, folks, and he's going to go at some point. But once somebody's able to mitigate the risk factor, the medical grade has kept him. And that's why the other receivers have gone off the board. And we have, for those of you that follow us on Landry Football and on all our shows, we've kind of warned you that was coming for some time. So we'll see how that plays out. It'll go at some point, but again, that's just a matter of mitigating the risk and what your medical grade has on them, and that's a decision that you have to make. That's from a medical your medical staff. So we'll see. We'll see what Carolina will do here. All right, just mentioned it. It looks like the wait is over. Terrence Marshall will go right to Carolina, right here at 59, I am told. So we'll see if that is comes to fruition. So the Saints up at 60, pick 60. Yeah, Joe Brady gets a guy he's familiar with. Sam Darnold gets a weapon, and they hope they get a healthy guy. I think he'll be okay. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not a doctor, but I would think they feel good about it. I just don't know. Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, David Moore, Dan Arnold at tight end. You add Terrence Marshall. Um, you wonder, you hope he's more than a. Pete Werner is where the Saints are going to go. Good linebacker, really good, best player available on my board at this point. Yep, it's the highest graded player on the board. Got him at 32. That's where they're going. Certainly need there with. Let's see here for a second here. Um, really good looking player. Let me check on. I gotta respond to this here, folks. Get this information to these folks here. So yeah, Pete Werner is a very athletic, Very versatile linebacker, can play multiple spots, really good instincts, really good player, good pick. Got, a little some inconsistencies in this game. It's why you can get him here. This guy, when he's got to clean up. As always, kind of improve on So look, from a Saints fan, you put them in that excuse me spot along. Demario Davis has been really good. That's a neat spot. Got to be able to plug up at the defense. What about corner? There's no doubt you're dealing with right now 32 player on the board. There's not a corner that is as good as he is at his position. So they obviously agree with that. Move on. Hey, think about it too. Saints have got some Buckeyes. They've Malcolm Jenkins and Lattimore and Michael Thomas, and Nick Vannett, now Pete Werner. So Marshall goes off the board. I'm trying to think. A couple of years ago, when you had the LSU Alabama game, nobody could stop one another, and those great receivers. So you had Justin Jefferson, Marshall, Jamar Chase for LSU. You had Waddle, Devontae Smith, Henry Ruggs, and Jerry Jeudy for Alabama. 1, 2, 3. That was what? 7 guys. All right, so that's what the Bills do here. The Pack, the Chiefs again, and the Bucks. Boy, some really good. I know I keep saying that. Carlos Basham, Jalen Mayfield, Aaron Robinson, Stokes, Myers, Elijah Molden, Joe Osasi, Melifano, Davion Nixon, Chaz Surratt, Creed Humphrey, another good center, Ben Cleveland, Trey Smith, some interior offensive linemen. Brady Christensen, a tackle from BYU, who thinks has a chance. Jabril Cox, an outstanding linebacker, LSU. Ronnie Perkins, Amari Rogers, a receiver. Quinn Miners, Sean Wade, Judah Hubbard, Paul Adebo, Trey McKitty, Deontay Brown, Robert Rochelle. Those are all second-round value players. All those guys. Second-round value still left. Again, more numbers than you got spots to fill them, to put them. So some really good players. And Carlos Basham, I mentioned, he's the next. Carlos Basham is the next best guy on my board. Wake defensive end at Wake Forest, and certainly Buffalo is in a need for that. Makes a lot of sense there. Okay, the Packers are looking at Josh Myers here, the center from Ohio State. So a little Buckeye run here. Josh Myers, really good value there. Boogie Basham in Buffalo. Josh Myers, a little center action for the Pack. Get a little Chiefs action here. Josh Myers will, lose Corey Lindsey. Good second level blocker. Creed Humphrey here makes a lot of sense for the Chiefs. I think so. I think it would make a lot of sense there. You look at what they're trying to rebuild up front. All right, folks, the Bucks will end the second round, and then we're on to the third round. It's been a while since I've seen a good left-handed center. He's a good player. Creed Humphrey's a really good player. Hey, got Austin Blythe there. Get a young center. Humphrey, that's a really good pick. Really good job. Boy, you talk about dressing that offensive line, huh? They have done that. No shortage of activity. Now I know this. The Bucks are up. I know they like Kyle Trask. Do they do that here? I don't know. I'm curious to see where that goes. I know they like him. I just don't know with who else is still on the board. I actually think there's better players on the board, and I think while there's not a team with a lot of need and they need a young quarterback, it makes some sense. Boy, another corner, another edge rusher, to give them depth at edge rush, and I think that would make some sense. Davion Nixon would make some sense here, to groom him aside Vita Vea. You know, nope. The Bucks are taking Kyle Trask. Had a 6.0 grade on Kyle Trask, so that's a late second round value, and that's where he went. And got no problem with it. I mean, the thing about it, you can like the player and maybe done something else with the pick. That's what I don't think people get, but certainly we'll see. That's exactly 6.0 mid to late second round value. You can't get any later than last pick in the second round. So right there, while people were saying first round with him, late first round, stick to your board. It's at least what I thought anyway. I thought it was a reach taking him higher. You do reach sometimes for quarterbacks. I applaud people, though, taking better players here in the second round, and a lot of them could have taken, a quarterback. Um, but I think with Trask, the key thing, and a lot of people like his moxie. He's been a backup. He's been a guy that's fought. He's a competitor. I think he's really tough. Doesn't move very well and doesn't have a great arm, and particularly when he can't set his feet. Still think the guy's got a chance to compete, be a quality backup in the league. Who knows, right situation, maybe develop over time. Not a quarterback that's going to win for you, but maybe could be a quarterback as a starter that you can win with. We'll see. Young quarterback, learned behind Tom Brady. Like the spot for him, I'll say that. Jacksonville's going with Andre Cisco, the Syracuse safety, 65th overall, first pick of the third round, as we're getting it underway. Oh, boy. The Vikings are going with Kellen Mond here at, what is that, 66 overall, second pick in the. So you see a little run there at the quarterbacks, little two guys that are want a quarterback. You like him, go up and get him. I get it, but that means there's some really good players, better players on the board at other spots that are not needing a quarterback. And we are definitely seeing a run now. The Houston Texans are going to take Davis Mills. Cisco's big-time playmaker, big-time ball hawk, coming off the torn ACL. A really good player, though. Boy, really liking his playmaking ability. Reminds me a little bit of Eddie Jackson that came out. Remember him out of Alabama? Played with the Bears. A lot of him in him. Really big-time playmaker. So we're at a quarterback run, folks. There's no question. We've got the Kyle Trask pick by the Bucks. Then we go into the third round. Andre Cisco has been taken by Syracuse. The Vikings are going to take Kellen Mond at 66, and my understanding is that the Texans are going to take Davis Mills at 67. So Jalen Mayfield, um, I think the best player left on the board. Yes, he is 43, coming to Atlanta. Good value there at 68, getting somebody that I think overall fits into that group at stacked at 43. My view, anyway. Get a good tackle, play right tackle. Certainly, they've tried to address it. They need some help. Do the Falcons on the offensive line? Joseph Asasi still on the board. That makes a whole lot of sense for the Bengals. Giants are trading up to 71. Broncos trading down. Carolina's up before that. Giants move up for Aaron Robinson. We've been talking about that. It's really good. Um, best player left on my board. Good corner there. So to get you caught up, Broncos at 71, trading back with the Giants, who again is going to take Aaron Robinson. And, Carolina is taking Brady Christensen, the tackle from BYU that I mentioned just a little bit ago. Eagles on the clock at 73. Love Alim McNeil. I think he's one of the more underrated defensive tackles that I think has a chance. And boy, that's a Dan Campbell type guy. Good pick for the Lions at 72. Thought he was really in a thin tackle group, defensive tackle group. Really, really good player. Might be a Grady Jarrett type player if he hits. There's still some good ones there. The couple of kids are USC, Ohio State kid. Love the Iowa kid, Davion Nixon. You know, there could be some injury issues with a couple of these guys that are holding them back or keeping them down. And the Eagles are going to go for Milton Williams, who I've talked about, big defensive lineman from Louisiana Tech. I think he's a good player. Defensive tackle movement, folks. Big boy movement. Trying to see those guys. We've got a few more there. Milton could play in. Next best guy there. Saucy's gone. Ronnie Perkins is still out there. Rashad Weaver could be a Will Golston type of player as well. So the Giants traded 164 in the fifth round to move up from 76 to 71 to take Robinson. We'll get you up to date now. 73, up to 74. All right, the Washington is going with Minnesota corner Benjamin St-Juste. Well, defensive lineman run, folks. Updating my boards here. Still got some good players. There's obviously something going on with Davion Nixon. We've got lesser players getting taken ahead of him. So there's obviously some. It's Cowboys with. It could be just a misevaluation there. But All right, Saints have up at 76 now. Traded with the Broncos here. Saints are coming up. And they're going to take Paulson Adebo of Stanford. Saints traded both third-round picks to move up here to 76, so they got no more picks left today. Adebo from Stanford is a long press corner. He's a big guy. Again, long, lengthy, kind of David Emerson type of corner. And he came out of NC State. I had Saints pick Adebo 76. Adebo was 74th on my board. But I did like Molden and Melifano a little bit. It's actually in the same grade category. Got mid-late second-round value on Adebo, Wade, Melifano, and Molden. So it's right, and Rochelle. So right in that range. So they're able to get a guy that obviously they like. It's right in the range of so Saints get their corner. For the Cowboys, UCLA defensive tackle, wasn't in a real good scheme fit there. See, Vikings on the clock here. Let's see who the Chargers get. Josh Palmer coming off the board for the Chargers. A little high for me. Obviously, liked him. Interesting. Got Amari Rogers, De'Ami Brown, Tylan Wallace, Seth Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Eskridge is off. Nico Collins, who I like. Good players. Like some of those other receivers a little bit better. But he's an ex-receiver. Let's see where that fits in. The Vikings are up. Jazz Surratt, very cerebral quarterback converted guy, going to the Vikings. Still got some interesting. Still got a couple of corners, 3 to be exact. Got defensive tackle and Nixon, and a couple of good interior, some guards in Cleveland and Smith. Got Ronnie Perkins, who I like on the edge. Jabril Cox, Quinn Miners, another center guard, Sean Wade, Chudo Hubbard at some point, Trey McKitty, Deontay Brown, another guard, Robert Rochelle of Central Arkansas. Those are all still guys with second-round grades, in my view, as we're entering pick 79. So 16 picks into the third round. Good value there. And again, not because there's a ton of guys outside of that have been drafted haven't been. It's just that those are the numbers. Remember, you get value in the second round. What it is a potential starter grade for these players. So that's why sometimes when you go for need or if you misevaluate, you can really, really help your draft here. Raiders are up. We'll see what they do. Oh, well, the Raiders look like they're going edge rusher. Looks like they're going to the Buffalo defensive end, Kuntz, I think. Dolphins getting a good tight end, Hunter Long, really good blocking tight end. Really like that value at 81. I don't know if you guys remember C.J. Fedorowicz that came out of Iowa a few years ago. Built a lot like him. Washington up next. So we got a little tight end run here as Tommy Treble from Notre Dame is heading to Carolina. De'Ami Brown is the pick for for Washington. Really good player there. Right about where I had him going. De'Ami Brown, a Robbie Anderson type player. And De'Ami Brown right there at 5'9", 5'9" grade right there. That's third round value right where he is. Coming off position by position. Pretty much like I had it. Let's see. Thought it would be spread out a little bit more by now, but pretty much going to form right now. Cowboys are going with Chauncey Golston, Iowa defensive end. Titans are back up on the clock. So the Packers are moving up here. Trade with Tennessee at number 85 and are now on the clock. Mari Rogers, best receiver, is still on the board. Ty Montgomery type player makes a whole lot of sense. Tease boy. Got some help there for Aaron Rodgers. Couple of good corners: Stokes, Molden, Melifano. Um, Nixon still on the board. Cleveland and Smith at guard. Perkins, Cox, or Rogers now gone. Sean Wade, Chuda Hubbard, Trey McKitty, Deontay Brown, Robert Rochelle. Still got a few second-round grades that will take us into the fourth round, I'm telling you. Still some good players on the board. Okay, Wyatt Davis. The Rams have traded here. Guys are getting a little giddy in the draft room here. It's that time. So we've got the Steelers here, and the Rams have traded behind them. Okay, the Niners are moving up to draft Trey Sermon. A little surprised here. He had a fourth-round grade on Kendrick Green. We're getting his center guard. Well, I like Trey Smith and Ben Cleveland a little higher. We may be dealing in Deontay Brown. We may be dealing with some medicals there, folks. I got to be honest with you. That's the only thing that makes sense there. So, Trey Sermon will go next at San Francisco. Carolina is moving like crazy. Carolina is trading this pick to the Texans. So the Texans are on the clock at 89. Texans are going with Nico Collins, the big wide receiver from Michigan. Good value there for them. Ronnie Perkins has got to be coming off here pretty soon. Houston trades their fifth and a fourth next year to move from 109 to 89. Vikings are taking Patrick Jones, really good edge pick out of Pittsburgh. We're talking about the receiver crop not being real deep, big this year. You got Nico Collins at 6'4", 215 is one of the real exceptions there. Browns are up here. Anthony Schwartz going from Auburn. About 15 more picks, folks, for tonight. Monty Rice going out of Georgia to the Titans. Buffalo up next. Bills, Ravens, Bucks coming up. Spencer Brown, the tackle from Northern Iowa, was a really intriguing prospect. He's very, very raw, but boy, he's got really natural feet. Former basketball player, really good value there. Like what the Bills did there. Do such a good job. Needs a lot of technique work. Developmental guys got real potential. Real potential. Ravens are up now at 94. Spencer was really one of the, I always say at the Senior Bowl, really a lot of, I think, really important for those guys that are at smaller schools. And he did a good job. I tell you, there's some interesting guys. Ronnie Perkins is still out there. Jabril Cox still out there. Trey Smith, Ben Cleveland, Melifano, Wage, Hubbard, McKitty, Brown, Rochelle. Lots of good players. You're dealing with, I think, some medical issue stuff that at least it's a little bit unclear and a little bit nerve-wracking for them to move into, it seems like. Ravens are going with Ben Cleveland. There we go. There's a good value there. Top 61 player on the board. You would expect the Ravens. They do it. They get it. They consistently do a very good job. Baltimore physical downhill gap running offense. Good fit here. Again, that's a part of understanding what you do, how it fits. Power runner, run blocker, power run game, man blocking scheme, hat on a hat, get good movement. Tampa is up next. How about Hainsey? Tackle from Notre Dame going to Tampa. You're looking at entire Notre Dame offensive line getting drafted again, year in year out. Really like Ben Cleveland, the pick there. Probably be defense here at 33, at 96 rather, for 33 in the third round. We're down to the last 10 picks. We got the Pats, we've got the Chargers back up, we've got the Broncos, the Cowboys, the Titans, the Lions, the Niners, the Rams, the Ravens again, and the Broncos again. At least that's where it stands at this point. Excuse me. This, by the way, is the selection that the Patriots get that they receive as compensation for the loss of Tom Brady. Remember, not a trade, but the Ronnie Perkins, wondering when that was happening. It's happening now with the Patriots right here at 96. Pardon me. Like the overall value there. 66 overall. Taking 96. Good value there. Hearing from the Broncos that they're going to take Quinn Miners here, assuming he's available, which they pick right after the Chargers. Quinn Miners is a kid from Wisconsin Whitewater that is really played well at the Senior Bowl and is a really good player. Thought he performed very well there. Thought he showed a lot of maturity. I think he's physical. He'll come in. He'll help him. He's got some versatility. I think he can be an effective center. Can play the guard spot. So I think good value. I had a mid to late second round. I had a late second round value on him. So to get him here, I think is good value for the Broncos. Trey McKinney. We've talked about Trey McKinney. Could be the next Jared Cook. Second round value tight end out of Georgia. Good pick for the Chargers here. Like that value. Like it a bunch. Loving the value here. Again, we're heading towards the fourth round, and you still got second round value on the board. As you know, we would. There are too many players for them all to fit. So and still plenty more left. I mean, you're thinking about guys, and we are down to, as I said, Quinn Miners will go here at 98. We'll have Dallas 10. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more picks. Look at who we still got. And again, you wonder a little bit about some of the medical grades, but you got corners, Eric Stokes and Elijah Molden. Really good play. And Ifeatu Melifano. You've got Davion Nixon, the defensive tackle at Iowa. Trey Smith, the guard at Tennessee. Jabril Cox, the linebacker at LSU. Shaun Wade, the corner at Ohio State. Chuba Hubbard, running back at Oklahoma State. Trey McKinney's off the board. Deonte Brown, the guard at Alabama, and Robert Rochelle, the corner from Central Arkansas. Those are second-round graded players, in my view, that are still on the board as we close towards the completion of the third round. So we haven't even gotten into the third-round grade players yet. Some of them have gone. I know some of it's need, but some really good players in that group. Baron Browning and Tywin Wallace. Tyler Shelvin. Jordan Smith, from the edge rusher from Alabama Birmingham. Nazrul Dean, the Florida State safety. Kenneth Gainwell, really good running back. That's great space player. Brevin Jordan as an F-back. Move tight end type guy. Nashawn Wright. Wow. Okay, going with the Oregon State corner. It's a big ass corner here now. It's a guy that they really play. They're going to play that defense. They're going to play a lot of cover three. Remember, Dan Quinn's running it. Picked that up from Seattle. So, um, you know, let's see here. Check this here. You we talk about this all the time, don't we? And we kind of got everybody thinking and understanding. Doesn't mean they're all going to work. I don't mean that, but understanding what teams are doing, what they play. Sean Wright, Dan Quinn, cover three corner, big guy. Again, higher than would be graded on an overall league board, but they're looking for a different type of guy. So they pass over a lot of guys, quite frankly, that are better players in my view at corner. But they want the big physical guy, and he is big. He's big. Let me get a couple questions here. Let's see. Fantasy football says, don't worry about me, man. Sermon does fit this scheme very well. He was going to be a really, really good fit for him. Yeah, lots of talent left, no question about it. Who's available? Let's see here. Nola Jack saying lost count of how many duplicates on the grade. I think what you're seeing, Nola Jack, is guys that are graded and may not be listed correctly with the positions, but if you're talking about on the value board, guys that play multiple positions have got them graded at both positions. So if they're a tackle and can play guard, what do they rank overall as a tackle versus a guard? May not be. I'll have to check it. May not be. They may not have put it right. They may have just like kept them as OT and OT, but yeah, that's maybe. I think if that's what you're asking, I'm not quite sure what it is there. So, but that's maybe it's not explained enough. So let's see here. We got. Let me get you through the rest of this draft. A reminder again. I appreciate everybody going. I know some of you have kind of called it a night. I don't know many folks, but really appreciate, particularly you guys that are sticking with us. And of course, it means you enjoy it. So, again, a couple of things. If you haven't, click the heart button and like this, please do so. Check out LandryFootball.com. I know a number of you are members. Try to get more guys involved. That's probably the best way to go about it. So, if you want to do something to support us, that really helps. Becoming a member of Landry Football. That way you get something of value and out of it, and you can get a part of it. So if people will do that, that'll be great. Get a membership to Landry Football. You can get it a month. I think 3 months, a year is the best value. Reminder again, when I have time to get them, I've got the notes and everything on players, and I'm going to fit it in and put a breakdown of each of these players with each of the teams. I began doing it after the completion tomorrow with the draft. Tomorrow we'll be back. We're going to break everything down again. We're going to see how it goes. I think some of you are interested in tomorrow. I hope you are. I think there's a lot of good players left on the board. May have to, particularly towards the end, may have to take some steps away because as it gets closer to the end, like in the 6, a little bit help with guiding my teams on undrafted free agents because that's when they start on that. But I'll come. I mean, I may have to step away a little bit, but I'll be coming back. But that may be something that may require me to do a little bit more verbal communication and can't talk to, different things. But that is, believe it or not, the most hectic time in scouting is the last day of the draft when it gets to like the sixth round. And it's going to be more difficult. I've been kind of put on notice. There's a lot more confusion and a lot more lack of information on a lot of these guys. So tomorrow, it's really it's a little bit more scattered, and so getting guys lined up. Oh, Elijah Molden, another one of my really good players, gone to the Titans. So they are really fortifying their secondary as well. So there'll be a little bit more of that, but we'll deal with it. We'll have fun. I'm not going to leave you guys hanging, but I may have to step away and I'll come back in and be able to kind of communicate with you what's going on and maybe kind of recap, certain picks and kind of where they're going. It may not be, but I will, like I said, do what I can as best I can. The Lions are up as we're getting into the last 4 or 5 picks. So it'll be fun tomorrow. A lot of good players still left, still can help your team. You know the drill, so we'll get to it. Melifanu, there we go. There's my guys I've been talking about. 2 of them back to back. Really good picks by the Titans and the Lions. There you go. Getting, again, what I think is second-round value right here at 100 and 101. So you're getting like player 53 and 55 value, in my view, overall at 100 101. I think that's pretty good value. If I've got my evaluations right and they're able to develop them right, I think that's pretty good. So, Stokes is still there. I'm wondering Trey Smith, Davion Nixon, Jabril Cox, Sean Wade, Chuda Hubbard, Deontay Brown, Robert Rochelle. Those are the only guys left with second-round grades, and I had a lot of them. And again, the second-round grade numbers took me all the way into the third round, actually closer into the fourth when you look at it. So still some good players left, and still be some good players tomorrow. Ernest Young, let's see here. Who's up here? The Rams are got to be coming up here. Rams have been really quiet. Also, remember, too, what's going to make the draft go a little bit longer. If you don't know, this is just not the first year, but it's a reminder that you can trade your compensatory picks. So when you got into the compensatory picks in the next couple of days, which where most of them are, it just went boom, 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 boom. Couldn't trade them, would just go a little faster. Now you can trade those guys. So, okay, Ambry Thomas taking the Michigan corner. It's actually more safety. Slot guy going to San Francisco. Okay. So Ambry Thomas is long, fast, press, man corner off the board here. Does a good job playing on the air, faster than quick. Good-looking player. Like Malafano a lot. Like his length. He's 6'3", 205. The Syracuse corner press guy. Size, length, speed. Solid press cover guy. Former receiver in high school and really good ball skills. See he transferred over when they brought him. I'm trying to see last couple of picks where it may go. But he can get off block, and I think pretty good against the run. Let's see if I can find out the last couple of picks here for us. Thomas is a physical guy, too. He runs pretty well, good straight line speed. I'm not as high on him, quite frankly. They like him in San Francisco. We'll see how that plays out. Tell you one thing, you see a little bit of an identity. I don't know how good Detroit's going to be. They're going to be physical. They're going to be big. They're going to be physical. That's what they're going to do. Oh, Ernest Jones, a linebacker from South Carolina, going here. Wow, okay. A little bit higher than I thought there as well. So that's the Rams. I bet the Ravens go defense here at 104, and then we've got the Broncos. And we'll wrap up round 3. Ravens are going with, Brandon Stevens from SMU. A little bit higher than I got him as well. Not a bad player, though. Can help cover in the slot. Big physical guy, okay. We're down to the Broncos here. If you remember, Stevens is a running back at UCLA, and he went to SMU, and really did a good job at the All-Star game, at the not the Senior Bowl, but the other one we had, College All-Star. Ernest Jones here really got a high 4th-round value on him. So right in line. That's a need pick for the Rams. Rams didn't have many picks. They need a lot of help. He's got some range. He does a really good job chasing, filling, scraping against the run. Got to figure out, too, for me, I will do this a little bit tonight and in the morning when I wrap up here is see if we can't figure out, again, the remaining guys. Something's up with Eric Stokes. Something's up with De'Rion Nixon. Something's up with Trey Smith, Jabril Cox, Sean Wade, Judah Hubbard, Deontay Brown, Robert Rochelle. Those are the remaining guys. Don't have them like I have them, or there's some other stuff that maybe a little bit there. Interesting to see what Stevens does at 6'1". He'll play corner. I think he's physical enough to play inside. These size corners, these safeties that have some ability to run. A guy like this, that I got to tell you, I tell this all the time. You want to get on the field. You want to, if you're a really good athlete, you maybe can get out of that. That running back mold, and you got you're 6'1", 6'2", 215, 218. You have the temperament. Go and play some defense. You're going to find yourself on the field and you have a better job than you will at running back. There's just more of a need to put those guys on the field. All right, so we've got the final pick for the night. Denver Broncos. Baron Browning, there we go. Really good pick. One of the best players ranked on the board that I still have left. One of the guys that Baron Browning, 83. So high third-round value, good value pick there. Linebacker pick for the Broncos. So, folks, that is just real quick a look at again, Stokes, Davion Nixon, Trey Smith, Jabril Cox, 4, Shaun Wade, 5, Chuba Hubbard, 6, Deonte Brown, 7, Robert Rochelle, 8. Only 8 players remaining with second-round grades. That's actually pretty good. That's actually less than I thought. So it's really coming off. Can't believe it's after 3 rounds. This has really come off. There's a few exceptions of what I might have thought a little bit different, but boy, it has certainly come off really more so than normal along the lines of what I thought. We'll regroup. Got some work to do. We'll still got a couple hours left to do some work, so I'm going to do that. Get a quick little nap, and then get working tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we will be on at, let's see, it is, make sure I get this right, 10:30 a.m. Central. That's 11:30 in the East Coast. That's, a little bit before, half an hour before the first picks tomorrow. And we'll kind of regroup, tell you what's the latest there. We're going to get you ready for rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. As I said, there may be a little bit more scattering of having to step up, maybe more towards the 6th round. We'll see. And we'll go from there. But we'll still have fun. A lot of good players. And I hope you enjoyed it. I know it's not as constant talking and all that. The voice can't go quite that long anyway. And again, we're trying to do the work behind the scenes, as we said we would, and hopefully it's working out for you. I really appreciate you going. I hope you guys have a great night. Thanks for your support. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy it again. We'll recap everything over at LandryFootball.com when we get it done. We've got another day to get through the draft of 2021. Hope you enjoyed this. Appreciate you being there. 5 hours and 15 minutes. Some of you have been here 13 minutes. appreciate you being here for as long as you were. Bless you for doing it. We love you for doing it. And again, if you haven't subscribed to the Twitch channel, it's free. Like us, hit the heart button. We really, really appreciate that. All right, folks. Talk to you in the morning. Take care.